$366,000 satisfies the total deficit
Yes,
for 2023.
absolutely, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, anyone else in the first round? All right, anyone else in the second round? All right, so seeing that we have no one else in the second round, we're going to vote on the deficit elimination plan. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashab?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
Mr. Alamin?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 0 no. The deficit elimination plan has passed. So now it is time for the interview and the consideration of applicants for our third ward council member seat. And so we're going to take a 10-minute recess to make sure that we get everything prepared, get the table prepared, and so our candidates can take their spots. So thank you.
I'm cold. I don't have anything in my office this time. Unless no, I washed it.
I should have just bought my
But I
snacks.
grabbed, well, I didn't get home until
Yeah.
2. Oh, well, and I had to take care of the cats.
Well, like you said, if push comes to shove, we'll just, you know.
Not showing. Really? Let her know I just set hers off to the right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, we're asking for all council members to please take your elected seats. All council members, please take your elected seats. Thank you. All right, Madam Chair. The time is now 6:26. And this special city council meeting is now being brought back to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
We have 7 members present. All right, so now it's time to interview and consider applicants regarding the vacancy of the office of the 3rd Ward. And this is per the Flint City Charter, Section 2-410, Section B1. And so now is the time for us to, Madam Clerk, so is this when I want to give it to you so you can get everyone in order?
Okay, so for the interviews, it's really going to be up to the body to determine how they would like to handle the process as far as the number of rounds, the timing for the candidates' questions, the timing for the council's response or to give them the questions. And then we also would give the candidates some time at the end to say whatever they wanted to add that might not have been asked. In front of you, you have 2 candidates provided information, Mr. Jones and Mr. Nelson. And you also have suggested questions from HR. These are just suggestions. Council can ask whatever questions they would like, as long as they do not violate any of the human resources line of questioning that you're not supposed to ask anyone in any type of interview. So it's going to be up to the body to determine how they want to handle this process as far as timing questions and response times.
So, so thank you. So, we would like to invite the candidates to come up to the front. And also, so the chair would like to have 1 round of alternating questions. And Mr. Woodson, would you please stop yelling out? That is your first warning. So the chair proposes to have 1 round of questioning, giving the candidates 2 minutes apiece to answer each question. And we will alternate council members per question. So for example, we will start in the 1st ward. The 1st ward will ask his question. His question will go to all 4 candidates. They will have 2 minutes to respond. And then after—
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. Woodson is yelling out Jerry Winfrey Carter's name. Can you ask him to stop?
Okay, yep, so that again, he's been warned the first time. This is his 2nd time. Mr. Woodson, that is your 2nd warning. You're being asked to leave this meeting.
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
That's fine. There's been appeal. Any support? Supported by Mr. Jarrett. So Mr. Woodson have been brought to order 2 times for yelling out at the meeting. So go ahead, the appealer, go ahead, Ms. Burns.
First of all, this is not a good way if we have 4 candidates or potential to show them this is what we do. First of all, he was actually directing because they had wrong seats with the name tags for Mr. Dumas and Mr. Nelson. They were in the wrong seats. And so I think it's time to stop the pettiness. Let's do the business. We got 4 potential candidates, and this is what we're showing them. You know, dislike him. He was trying to tell them which seat to go to, which they were in the wrong seats, which they probably wouldn't know because the name tags aren't facing them. I don't think the name tags are on the back side. And so I think we need to stop. We've gotten a legal opinion that took us 4 or 5 weeks, and let's just do the business. You know, the seats were wrong. let's just move forward so we can stop this. Here are the 4 candidates. They're here. It took a while to get the legal opinion. Let's take care of the business.
All right, so Mr. Wilson was brought to order first by the chair, second time by the councilwoman in the 7th Ward. See, Mr. Wilson is in the audience, so how he would know what their name tags say doesn't make sense. So I will say as well, I'll see if you or our esteemed colleague in the 5th Ward or beyond would have told them to switch the seats. Mr. Wilson, he has been yelling out, and we can't do the business with audience members yelling out. And I trust that the people on the panel understand that we can't do business with audience members yelling out.
crazy.
And we don't need Mr. Wilson to vote. So therefore, we need order in these chambers. It was once said that the chair was not promoting order. This is order, and we shall have it in these chambers. So with that being said, if you vote yes, you will overturn the ruling of the chair. Vote no will uphold the ruling of the chair for Mr. Wilson to have his second warning and be removed from this meeting. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Mashat?
No.
Mr. Jarrett? Yes. Mr. Alamin? No. Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns is not in. The vote is 2 yes, 4 no.
The vote is 2 yes, 4 no. So the ruling of the chair stands and Mr. Wilson is removed from this meeting. All right. So, as the chair was saying, so when Mr. Elamine goes first, Ms. Levy, we will go in clockwise order, and we will continue to alternate until all questions have been asked. Again, you will have 2 minutes for your answers. And so, after Mr. Jarrett has concluded his questioning, we will give every single candidate 2 minutes to sum up and wrap up. Do we have any questions? Okay. All right. Any questions from the colleagues? Very well. Okay, Madam Clerk. So we will go ahead and get started with the process. Mr. Elamine.
Good evening. Good evening. My question for you guys would be, what skills and experience do you have that you believe would be beneficial to you as a council member? Starting with you, Ms. Beverly.
City of Flint, but, huh?
You want to start over? Just one moment, Madam Chair. I forgot that the microphones, if they're all on, there's a little kickback, so let me figure out which microphone goes to which individual so I can make sure that that's the only one that's on when they're speaking. So if I could ask Ms. Biggs-Levy to just talk until I figure out, you can just say your name over and over until I figure out which one of these microphones is hooked up to you.
Sure. So
before we start timing her, I just want to set your microphone first, so if you could just say your name. Just until I figure out which.
Beverly Biggs Levy.
Do it again, please, thank you.
Beverly Biggs Levy.
Just go ahead, I'm gonna have to figure it out as you talk. Yeah.
all right, so the question is, what skills and experience do you have that you believe will be beneficial to you as a council member?
My skills, I have a lot. My goal is to make sure that the resident of the city of Flint in the 3rd Ward will be taken care of. That's my skills.
Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, now it's working. Go back a little bit. Well, I guess you can say I have natural skills because I have always been like dealing with young men in our community ever since the age of 19, far as mentoring and stuff. And as of like right now, my community, I say communication is good because I've been receiving phone calls lately about a lot of stuff that's going on. Some of the stuff that has nothing to do with council, but people want to blame on council. But so I feel that my natural communication skills and the fact that I, been around a lot of people and have, talked to a lot of people, and the fact that I have hosted a lot of forums and stuff, far as with candidates and stuff. So I'm kind of in the middle of, right now, far as the community is concerned, like the middle of council and the middle of the community. And what I mean by that, a lot of people ask me, why do I even come to these council meetings? And I'm like, somebody from the hood got to do it. So I got to come up here and listen and try to relate to y'all, try to pull everything together to get everybody on one accord. So I feel that's probably about where my experience is as far as my everyday life.
I guess I bring skills and experiences. If I'm chosen to be the third ward representative, first of all, you have to know the governance of the charter of the council, which is the charter. That's the most important. That is the Bible of the council. When you talk about skills and experience, first of all, what is the responsibility of the council? It's budget, investigation. It also is the co-equal in power with administration. I know for years, many years, this council has, evolved. But the key aspect, and I could say, graduated from all Flint schools, attended college or University of Michigan, all like that. But that's not a skill that I want to bring necessarily to the council. I just want the people to know that I have the legislative understanding of what the charter is. That's the most important aspect as being a representative on the council. Budget, number one. Budget. The mayor proposes and the council disposes because it's co-equal in power and authority. So that's it.
My name is Kerry Nelson, and if I am chosen to represent the Third Ward tonight, I bring 7 years of sitting where you're sitting now. 2 years as council president, vice president of finance, government ops chairperson. I know it takes the listening ear to listen to one another. May not agree on everything, but we have to have an understanding of listening. And if we do that, we can work and build this community together. And it is true that you need to know the charter, and the charter is the law. It is the Bible, you may say, as Mr. Dumas has said. But being in that seat, and then go to the training of the Michigan Municipal League is helpful. It works with you to know you have to work with other peoples across the state of Michigan, not only in your local communities. But if I am chosen, experience counts. Doesn't mean I know everything, but I do know how to get in there, roll up my sleeve, and work for this city and the Third Ward. Thank you.
All right, so now it is my turn. And My question starts off with an example.
My name is Beverly Diggs Levy. I'm in the 3rd Ward. And you guys are the sorriest bunch I've seen. 1, 2, 3, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. You clowns. That's what you are. You clowns. Why you didn't get that girl her money? Because that's the type of person you is. You need to take that rabbit money hat off the top of your head, put something in your forehead, bring them bangs down, because you got the biggest forehead there ever was. Judy Priestley, everybody's tired of seeing your titties hanging to the floor. I have you something. And I have the receipt to go buy some. If it ain't big enough, you can go to little more than a handful. Call them, they will open the doors and fit you for what you need. You guys are a joke. That Quincy, I did call your job today, and I reported it. If you can sit up here on the council seat, you can go to work at Leaders. And I made sure I let them know who I was. And I want all of you guys to get together, call their HR, and let them know he's sitting in his seat, but he ain't at Lyra. So slick leave ain't gonna work today. People don't tell you about these, what they call pull-ups. You need to pay for your shitty ass. You see this? They calling you shitty at work. Everywhere you go, you shitting on yourself. And show this man, if ain't nobody told you to buy any of these, I'ma leave your pack.
May our 3rd Ward colleague rest in peace. The city charter speaks to having decorum, which is defined as proper and polite behavior or agreement with accepted standards of conduct. According to council rules, vulgarities are not allowed. As an aspiring city council member, have you come to council chambers and spoke vulgar to council members during public comments? And it'll start with you, Mr. Jones.
It depends on what you consider vulgar. I don't feel that I came up and I said anything out of place, ever. And I also will say that I have came up here many a times and given y'all some great suggestions. That's the reason why I'm here now, because y'all have ignored me. But far as, like I said, it all depends on what you feel. And it's a lot of exaggeration that takes place in this room. A lot of extra. I don't feel that I'm a member of the extra. I am a victim of the extra, but I am not a member of the extra, so it depends on what you feel is vanity. I don't feel that I came here with any vulgar language or anything.
Mr. Dumas?
Well, I'm going to say emphatically no. I've been coming down to these council chambers longer than anyone in the city of Flint other than Mr. Jarrett. And I have challenged council persons because that is the role of the citizenry. If we don't agree with an issue, we can challenge. But I put God first. I said, and you all did get my introductions some weeks ago, that I will not shame, number one, God. I will not shame my family. I will not do that. It means a lot. Decorum does mean a lot. But we can disagree without being disagreeable. Teeth and tongue fall out. What do you mean, Mr. Dumas? AC, call me AC Dumas. When you bite your tongue with your teeth, you don't go to the dentist and have them pull your teeth out because you have disagreements. And I can emphatically say I have never came in these council chambers close to 50 years and acted out of decorum or something that would make my family ashamed, my church ashamed, but most of all, my God ashamed.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
Because as I said, I've sit where you sit, and there has been things said at you. You know all about it because people come at you in every direction, and sometimes you have to sit, be still, and be patient. I can say I have not been in these chambers to make anyone or call anyone nothing else but their name. That's not to give me any special stars. It's just to say that's just me. I will not do it, have not do it, because I've sat there, and I know they will come after you. But if you be still and wait, God will fight your battle.
Thank you. Ms. Levy?
Like I said, I will do everything in my power to make sure the resident of Flint is being taken care of if I get the opportunity. And when I say things, I mean it. I didn't lie. Everything I said, I did not tell a lie. And corruption is corruption, and you are corrupt.
So, Ms. Levy, so back to the question. So that's your answer to the question?
That's my answer to the question. I will do everything in my power, given the opportunity, to do what's right for the resident of the city of Flint.
Okay, so I just wanted to state for the record, the question was, have you come to council chambers and spoke vulgar to council members during public comments?
I did not speak vulgar. I spoke the truth. Vulgar is one thing. Speaking the truth is a...
That's your time.
Okay. Good.
All right. That's your time.
Okay. Good.
All right. So now we're moving on to Councilwoman Priestley, starting with Mr. Dumas.
Thank you. We've received resumes on every person. Some of them are a little more skimpy than others. Some have resumes published on websites, some do not. So I'm going to go ahead, and if I have a question, I'm going to follow up real quick on it. So based on your history and your past experience, what qualities do you believe that you can bring to this body to help improve us to make our decisions?
Well, first of all, and I'll reiterate that one of the greatest skills that I have, or I think for this body, is that I know the charter. If you don't know the rule-making documents of any organization, you're there for failure. You know, this is not my first, I was president of the Flint branch of the NAACP for many years. And it's an organization that has structure. I was chairman of the board of trustees at my church. Structure. I'm used to structure. And I think whatever your structure comes from, it comes from the organizational rules. In this case, the charter. As I stated before, that I think that me coming down here and seem like I'm the oldest person in this running, I've been around a good while, and I've learned. And I've learned by listening. I'm a great listener, but I also am a great orator. I'm not boasting, but it's just what I am. And I think that I could bring unity within this body. I believe in the Bible, whatever your thoughts may be. A house divided against itself will not stand. And this council has to be united for the residents of the city of Flint. We have to do the things that help the residents of the city of Flint. For this is a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's the people's government.
Thank you. Mr. Nelson?
As I stated before, the experience that I have, because I've sat here, I've worked with different colleagues through the years, sat on various committees, sat in the president's seat, involved in the community, listening, have been a great listener to the years, managed at Citizen Bank when they were still in business. So that takes a listening skill and an understanding and patience. And will I agree with everything? No. But is there a way we can work together to make this city and the third ward especially where it needs to be? And we can do that. We can do that by attending all the trainings at the Michigan Municipal League and by overseeing at the National Baptist. You have to have a heart of willing to work together and listening. And that's one of the skills I have. I can listen, I can tell you how I see it, and you can tell me how you see it. But at the end of the day, it needs to be where we all can work together.
Ms. Biggs-Levy?
One. It doesn't matter to me who I work with. I can work with anyone if you are working fairly. I will not be in anything that's corrupt. I will not. I'm here for the Third Ward residents of the city of Flint, and I would do my best that I can do to make sure the residents are taken care of the right way.
My question was, because I do have your resume, Ms., and we have more resume on you and Mr. Nelson than anyone. And in reviewing your resume, which we got an email, goodness gracious, back in October. I read and this is why I said I had some follow-up. I read your education, and then I knew that you were on the Lento group, and your education doesn't match, which is correct. Do you have did you graduate cum laude from the University of Chicago with a degree in culinary services, or did you just attend Mott Community College Culinary School?
I worked there, and I graduated from there. So what are you looking for that doesn't match? I've been a cook since the age of 16. I've been catering most of my life. I did a lot of different things. Yes, I work for Lento Law.
Your education here on your resume that was sent to us says that your education was Mott College, that you studied culinary arts, and you achieved the position of head chef. Very admirable. They have a wonderful program there. And that you took the Wilton method of cake decorating courses, which I have too, and that you went to Flint Community Schools. This is where the conflict comes in. On the Lento Law Group, it says that you graduated cum laude from the University of Chicago. If you went with a degree in culinary services, why is it, if you graduated from the University of Chicago, why isn't that on the resume that you provided to us?
I am here to do a job for the Third Ward of the city of Flint. My resume does not matter of what I do.
Okay.
I do the job that I do, and I'm good at it.
Okay, thank you. Rich, go ahead and answer if you could answer your question. We have a very minimal resume on you, but that's
Do you have anything specific towards anything?
just what I was wondering was what in your resume did you feel would work for us? But we just have a paragraph on you, which is fine. You know, I don't have a problem with that. It's when you have the details that you want to make sure that the details match everything. But Give me your experience in local projects, because you detail that.
Experience of projects that I have done.
Because you mentioned that you have, you say, with my experience in local projects and my commitment to addressing key issues like public safety, education, and infrastructure, I know I can make a positive impact. Describe some of your experience in local projects.
I do a thing called No More Tears, to where I bring people together. We have positive music, and we try to curb violence. Last Monday, I was just in, was it Monday or Tuesday? Whatever the second was, I was in Lansing doing Stop the Violence. We had a meeting with some of the state reps up there. I was up there for that meeting. And I have hosted forums as far as when people was running for office in the city of Flint. I have been coaching basketball ever since the age of 19, so I've always been mentoring young men and women. And I'm still doing that. I have a positive program that's operated out of Orlando, Florida, that's just signed up with Puma. So I just want to, and then as far as with this council, what I bring to the table is I'm not a rubber stamp, and I ain't nobody's favorite. So if it ain't good for the citizens, I'm not gonna vote for it. I still have 47 seconds.
I thought you were wrapped up, that's why.
We good.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. So Ms. Winfrey Carter, I'm going to go ahead and have you start with Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm well. My question for this evening, in your view, what role does transparency and accountability play in government leadership? And how would you embody these principles as a council member?
Thank you. If I was allowed to be back in the seat for the 3rd Ward, what you said, Councilwoman, is very important. It is not about me or any other person that's sitting here. It's about the people we represent. And we must be fair, and we must be honest with ourselves to bring out the truth, to work together for accountability. I think what we sometimes feel, or I feel, what can I do to change things, or how can I say or act to be right when I may be the only one that's standing for right? And I say that sometimes to say to myself, and I pray that if I'm right, if I'm bringing out the wrongness, wherever it may be, then I can sleep well at night. It doesn't make a difference who's upset with me or who doesn't like me. It's about what I bring to the table for this community, for this board that stands for right, and to do the right thing for the people of this city.
Thank you. Mr. Dumas, and I'll read, Miss Biggs Levy, I'll read the question again so that you can answer. In your view, what role does transparency and accountability play in government leadership? And how would you embody these principles as a council member?
Well, I wasn't here for a council member. I'm a regular resident. And I'm here that the people are not being treated fair, and government is not, this body, half of this body is not doing what's right for the people. I'm here for the people. I'm not here for brownie points. I'm not here to make somebody like me, because the people voted for me. And if you're here to think that I'm here to look bad, I don't look bad. When on November 5th that you didn't count, the people voted for me. That's what matters to me. I'm here for the people, not here for anything else. And I think the government and the body. Like I said, I can work with anyone, but you got to be right. I'm not trying to sugarcoat anything. We have to take care of the residents of Flint. That's what we are here for, and nothing else, and making sure that the city is taken care of and moving forward. And at this point, this city is not moving forward. It's at a standstill, and I'm not happy with it.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
What I would do is I would try to set up a meeting with my constituents the Saturday, the first and third Saturdays of the month. That way, we've had committee meetings on Wednesday. I could have told everybody what's going on in those committee meetings and what I should be facing on Monday. That way, when I come into the meeting on Monday, whatever decision that I'm ready to make, I would have had some citizen input before I wouldn't just be up here saying, this is how I feel, this is what I want, I would be, bringing the community with me.
Thank you. Mr. Dumas, do you need me to read the question again?
Well, let me speak about transparency. That's what government is. It's an openness. As a matter of fact, the open meetings law dictates transparency. You can't have a meeting 2 or 3 or more engaged in discussing public business as elected official. That's against the law. So everything we do and say has to be transparent. And you know what transparency is? A glass, a clean glass that you can see. So government has to be transparent. And I think that if I'm selected or will be elected, I'm going to be transparent. That's just who I am. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to be open. But I'm not going to be here to hurt. Your transparency shouldn't wound people. People shouldn't feel bad when they leave a meeting. So I do believe in decorum. I believe in transparency. If you want to get in trouble, this is an old man speaking now. Get behind doors and people lose their confidence and faith in you. There's nothing you can do. That's why you have to be transparent. And as I often say, that God sits high and he looks low. And I'm talking to the people who understand what I'm saying. Be transparent. Just be transparent. I'm going to bring transparency. As a matter of fact, maybe that's a fault of mine. You all know me. You know what I stand for. I've been on that broadcast for 20 years. You know me.
Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman in the 6th Ward. Hold on. Did you go, Mr. Nelson? Okay, that's making sure. All right, so now we're going to start with the councilwoman in the 6th Ward, and Ms. Biggs-Levy.
Ms. Biggs-Levy, Rule 27.3 states council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with any members of the audience at any time for any reason. We've had a consistent problem with that, which is the public is really upset. We all make mistakes, we do. But listen to this.
She's standing up and nuts if you want. I ain't even know. You threatened her. And that's the problem. Wow. That's not. I've been threatened. So what we gonna do? She wasn't threatened. She wasn't threatened. What we gonna do?
So, I find it very hypocritical. We have council rules when our leadership has called people names, and I'm going to spell it, the BITCH. I was called by our council president. We've had other people call names racist to further divide. What will you do to bring this council together? Because our leadership hasn't done it so far.
To bring the council together is to be on one accord. We all have to be on one accord. We shouldn't have to be threatened and put out just because they don't like us. Or we have had petitions that having a recall and stuff like that. But they can say what they want to say to us. But then when we say something, they want to record us like we're the victim. We're not the victim. We're here to get along with one another. We're here to take care of the 3rd ward, the 1st ward, the 2nd ward, all the wards. But that's not being happened here in this council. And you see crooked people, and they laugh at you and they think it's a joke, but it's not. We are here to make sure the residents are taken care of. Our residents have not been taken care of in a while, and they overlook the residents just to fill their pockets up, and it's not right. The residents should be taken care of first, and then spread abroad.
Thank you. Mr. Richard Jones, Rule 20, you want me to repeat the rule? You probably know it by heart. I'll repeat the rule. Rule 27.3, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. And we've seen a lot of this happen in our council chambers. You may have been a victim of that. What will you do to bring this council together?
Far as bring the council together, I don't know if I have an answer to that. But far as me, myself, I will remember my time being on the lecture, far as when somebody come up to talk. And I also believe in the do unto others as you would expect others to do unto you. So I would not be up in that chair directing any kind of energy that I wouldn't want the chair if I was on the other side having that energy directed to me. But far as what going on here, I don't have no answer for that.
Thank you. Mr. Dumas, Rule 27.3, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. We do know that it is a fact. We have had this problem. Audience members are removed, but council members are not. What will you do differently, or what do you feel you could do to make this a better council?
Well, first of all, I've seen council members removed by council members. I've seen council members remove the audience. I think it's something within you. It's talked about self-control. That is one of the fruit of the Spirit that Jesus talked about, self-control. And you can't tick for tat. One thing I think that those rules should be modified. They should be changed. I think if I've got a minute 23 seconds left, and if I got another second to say I want to think, I shouldn't be cut off abruptly. I think that I ought to be able, in the audience and the council should be able to say their point. And sometimes we get so rigid. Some of you ladies, maybe this group don't know about choruses. Older women used to wear girdles. And the Bible teaches us that we ought to put a girdle over our minds and a watch over our tongue. That's the only thing I know. That's the only thing I can refer to, as Mr. Jones said, do unto others as you would have them to do unto you. That is the golden rule. And so, again, I say that some of those rules, and I quote Mr. May's goofy rules, and some of them are goofy because they conflict with the charter. They conflict. So the council rules are supposed to align itself with the charter, and not the charter aligns itself with the council rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dumas. Mr. Nelson, Rule 27.3, council members may not engage in any type of argumentative discourse with members of the audience at any time for any reason. We know that the public has been very upset. Council members here have been called out of their name, not their government name. When you're called a racist, you're called a bitch by other council members. The residents want to change. What will you do to make this council different? How will you contribute to a different and better council?
Thank you, Councilwoman, for that question. When I was here before, it's all about teamwork, cooperation, respect for one another. I never have called, even some of my colleagues that made me quite mad, but I never called them out of their name. I first want to be treated with dignity and respect. I don't care if I know personally you've lied on me, I still got to treat you right. It's about my record. So I never would call anybody out their names, from a rat, cat, or anything else. That's just not. I think we focus on still bringing the spirit of cooperation into the council chambers. Again, we're individual representing different wards with different needs, but at the end of the day, it's all about taking care of that particular ward. And we have to focus on that. What can I do to help my ward be the best? And it's going to take teamwork, because sometimes it's what's best for the whole city. And we all have to roll up our sleeves and say, okay, no, I don't like this, but I can go with this. And if that's going to make your ward succeed, then I can do it for that council person or that councilwoman or that councilman. If it's going to make the city or that ward strive, I can do that.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Madam Chair, I'm done.
All right, next, Councilwoman Mashat, starting with Mr. Jones.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you all for showing up to be interviewed on this evening. Thank you for every time that you have shown up. It was a road for us to get here, but we are here. And so I'll get right into my question. My colleague in the 5th Ward talked about transparency and accountability. We've heard, even from this panel tonight, discussions about fraud and corruption. And so I just want to ask everyone on the panel, have you ever pled guilty to, been accused of, took a plea for? Can you hear me, Mr. Dumas? Have you ever, okay, just want to make sure. Have you ever pled guilty, took a plea for, been accused of, been in the headlines of, for any fraud, stealing, or anything of that nature? And if so, did you take a plea for that fraud, for that stealing? And if so, was there restitution, and have you paid it? I believe I'm starting with you, Mr. Jones.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Dumas, I can ask the question again if you didn't hear me, because I know it was rather lengthy, but it was just basically because we're talking about transparency and accountability. There's been a lot of talk about frauds and people being crooked. Have you ever been accused of, pled guilty of, had a headline of you doing any type of fraud or stealing against any type of governmental entity, or period? And if so, did you plead guilty to that, or if so, is there a restitution, and have you paid it? No. Thank you. Mr. Nelson, I can repeat that question for you if you need me to. Okay.
Thank you, Council, for the question. And I can say,
I don't know if your mic is on.
okay, now. And I can say, yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yes. I've been falsely accused, went to the courthouse, and the judge threw it out. Mm-hmm. it's something about good records. And when you keep good documentation, you don't have to worry. And there was no plea deals or anything out there. He just said bye-bye. The best records he had ever seen. And so, yes, I know about that when you're falsely accused. And the thing I can say proudly is that's all it was, is someone in some group that was angry because I wouldn't bend the way they wanted me to bend. But at the end of the day, it is so true that the Lord shall fight your battle.
Absolutely. So you've never taken a plea and you do not owe any restitution?
No.
Thank you. Ms. Biggs-Levy, it is now your turn. I can repeat that question if you'd like. All right. Have you ever been accused of, been in the headline for taking a plea for any type of fraud in any way, shape, or form? If so, did you plead to said fraud? And do you currently owe any restitution?
Yes, I have made, I have made news in the past, but that's what it is in the past.
So the rest of my question was, and Mr. Nelson did answer, the rest of my question was, did you plead guilty to any type of fraud, and do you owe us restitution for any type of
I
fraud?
don't owe any restitution for it.
You do not owe any restitution. Did you plead guilty for fraud?
I'd rather not answer that question.
Thank you. I'm done, Madam Chair.
All right. So lastly, we're about to go to the councilman in the 9th Ward to start with Mr. Dumas.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
And this is going to be the question for all of you. The first part is a simple yes, no, and then the other part is as simple as a number. And my question is this: are you aware of your name showing on a ballot as a candidate for 3rd Ward City Council, City of Flint, in the year 2024? And if so, for that particular election, how many votes did you receive?
Well, yes, my name did appear in some precincts in the 3rd Ward. In one precinct, Precinct 10, the race was omitted. So that would be yes, partially. It's a partial yes in some areas. In other areas of the 3rd Ward, the race did not. And I think I got 541 votes out of the votes that were cast in 2024, November the 5th. But again, a lot of people in the 10th precinct couldn't vote because our race was not on the ballot. And so, I'm glad we have another opportunity to run.
Mr. Nielsen.
I know I'm a leader. We can talk.
Yes, it did appear. Yes, I did get some vote. I'm going to be honest, I didn't even look at it. I think it's 100 and something, because there was mixed communication out there that this election would not count. And so therefore, you had mixed views out there. And in some precincts, my name did not show, and 10th was one of them. So yes, and yes. So I'm glad that the opportunity is coming that really can establish a true campaign election.
Ms. Biggs-Levy.
Yes, I did show up on the ballot. I had 789 signatures. And I wasn't in the 10th Ward precinct. I was not on the 10th precinct. But yes, I was on the ballot.
You may have.
So one second,
Jones.
Mr. Jarrett. So
Mr.
Ms.
Jones.
Biggs-Levy, could you please speak into the microphone?
I'm
And
speaking.
Madam Clerk, is her mic on? It's on. Oh, okay. Could you please pull a little closer so we can hear you?
Yes, I was on the ballot for the 2024. I received 789 signatures for the ballot. I was not on the 10th precinct.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Jones?
Yes, I was on the ballot. Can y'all hear me? I feel like, there we go. Yes, I was on the ballot, and I'm going to answer the second part of your question the same way I had to answer some trolls on Facebook. First of all, when the election was official and it was 5 candidates living, we're starting the campaign. Then I heard of the passing and that the fact that the election was no longer going to count because he had to be appointed. I still was a little lenient, ready to roll or whatever, because there was an injunction filed to count the election. That injunction was dismissed. Then that's the first thing. If our charter would have been the only problem with this election counted, then I would have been right with them saying, yeah, we need to count this election. But then when that didn't go through, it was filed in the wrong court, I heard. And then the next thing come out, Quincy Murphy passed. His name was on the ballot. After that court case was dropped, my campaign was over with. I had yard signs in my house. I think all 3 of us have yard signs. No one put yard signs out. I got yard signs, plenty of them. Did not put them out. Then you got to throw in poll 10. With all of those factors, and plus the charter say what it say, that's how we got to where we are today.
All right, so I see that as the conclusion of the interview questions from the body. And so now this would be your time to wrap up. And so everyone will receive 2 minutes maximum to wrap up. And we will go ahead and we will start with Ms. Biggs Levy.
Again, my name is Beverly Biggs Levy. I'm seeking for the 3rd Ward seat. If I have the opportunity, I know I would do the best job I could do for the residents of the city of Flint. I'm not a person that was running for council seat or none of that. I'm just a regular citizen of the city of Flint, and I know I could do a very good job for our residents in the 3rd Ward.
All right, next, Mr. Jones.
I just want to say that, sorry about that, gun went in the wrong spot, but I just want to say that I have been talking to some people. I am aware of the 5-year plan of tearing down these homes in the city, and I am very interested in finding ways to build new homes on these properties. So whether you guys put me in that chair or not, I'm going to be in y'all ears trying to get it done. Thank you.
Okay. Mr.
J.C.
Dumas.
Dumas, and I am a lifelong resident of the city of Flint. I've lived in the 3rd Ward over 40 years. I first bought my home when James A. Sharp was elected as the first black mayor of the city of Flint after the city charter had been implemented. I just offer myself for service. That's what I'm doing. I'm offering myself for service, especially to the residents of the 3rd Ward. And I believe in service. I believe that elected officials are to be servants of the people and not to be served. Again, servants of the people and not to be served. And as I close, and I always refer back to the scripture, to the Bible, because ain't nobody going to heaven unless they do what the Bible say. I'm going to make that clear, in my opinion. Am I right, Deacon? You're right. Thank you. I'm a leader. Oh, I got 55 seconds left. And I say that because at the end of the day, everybody's going to be a servant. You're going to either be a good and faithful servant, or you're going to be a wicked servant. And I want to be a good and faithful servant to the residents of the city of Flint by upholding the charter and the Constitution of the state of Michigan and of the United States of America. God bless the residents of the city of Flint.
Okay. Next, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Council President. Let me say this. At the end of the day, I take it that everyone at this table, and I believe everyone at this table, loves the city and loves the third ward. Let me say this about me. It's not about Carrie Nelson, whether you like me or not. It's not about what I want, but it's about what the city needs and what the warders. People are fighting every day just to stay afloat. And they're looking at our government to say, what can you do to help me? And I think we need to pull together and band together and work together. Not, again, like I've said all night, not agreeing on everything, but what are we really doing for the residents of the city of Flint? What can we do to make sure that at the end of the day, you tried? Even if you didn't succeed, you tried. And so I know that I love this city and I love the third ward, and I'm willing to work with anybody that's willing to move the city forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So being that every member of this body have asked questions and our panel had an opportunity to wrap up, it is now time for the vote for the appointment. And as we begin to vote for the appointment, I want to read into the record the duty of the City Council before we start. And this is Article 3 under the Charter, which is Section 3-101, City Council. And it says, the legislative power of the City of Flint is vested in a City Council. The City Council has the powers and duties provided by law or this charter, including enactment of ordinances and resolutions, enactment and monitoring of the budget, investigations and monitoring of the affairs of the city, and ensuring qualified and effective candidates fill the appointed positions. So hearing what our duty is per our Flint City Charter, it is time for us to vote to appoint the next person to fill the seat of the third ward. Madam Clerk?
Okay, this vote will go like the rounds for president, so I will state your name, and you will say the name of the person that you would like to appoint to the third ward council seat. And I'm going to start with Mr. Alamin.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Beverly Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mushat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
That's four votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. On to round 2. Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy,
Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat,
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin.
Mr. Nelson.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 3, Ms. Priestley,
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy,
Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat,
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 4, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy,
Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat,
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 5, Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat,
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy,
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 6, Ms. Mashat,
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy,
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
That's 1 vote for Mr. Jones, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Dumas.
Madam Clerk, I'm sorry, when you're done.
Mhm.
There's someone filming with light that's shining in my eyes. Yep. If she could just turn off the light, that would be appreciative. Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'll start over. That's 1 vote for Mr. Jones, 3 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas, and 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 7. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 8. Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. It's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 9. Mr. Alamin.
No.
Ms. Lewis.
Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 10. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin.
No.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
is the heat on?
My hands are freezing.
Yeah, I mean, we're freezing up here.
Yes, the the way the building works, it's on or it's off.
So it's off right now.
No, it's on. It's on for the season, but I can see if I can adjust the thermostat shortly. But it's pretty much it's either on or off. It's on for the season.
Okay, because it's cold. Thank you.
I'm gonna go get my gloves.
Okay, round 11. Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 12. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley is not in. That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 13. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 14. Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 15. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 16. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley is absent. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Beverly Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 17. Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 18. Ms. Priestley? Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
It's 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 19. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 20. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 21. Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? Ms. Lewis?
She's not in.
Is not in, I'm sorry. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 22. Mr. Pfeiffer is absent. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Kerry Nelson.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 23. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Kerry Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy.
That's 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 24. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. Sorry, Ms. Lewis is absent. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 25. Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. One moment. Okay, that brings us to round 26. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Miss Beverly Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis is not in. That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 27, Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns,
Biggs. Levy.
Ms. Mashat,
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Casey Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
That's 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 28. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat,
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer,
Mr. Rich Jones.
Mr. Jarrett,
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
That's 1 vote for Mr. Jones, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 29. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
It's 1 vote for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Mr. Jones. Round 30. Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Miss Beverly L. Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
have you checked the heat?
I'm warm now.
You got a coat and gloves. on. Yeah, you literally got gloves on.
Turn it on earlier.
Here's the heater.
They were working on it earlier, but here you can borrow my space.
Okay.
They were working on it earlier.
Oh, they were. Oh, it's not working. I'll share a broadcast with you too. However this works, I'll put it up there.
It's fine, we're good.
Tanya, with your cold heart, I figured this would be your jam.
You're so funny, Mr. Frosty.
She didn't tell, she didn't. See?
So warm up our area.
Huh? Oh, this room has, what, 3 thermostats?
Even the furniture cold.
Right, it's cold, it's cold. I didn't come up in here to get sick.
Okay. I will say for the record, like I told Ms. Burns, they were working on the heat today. So I don't know if there's an issue or something. But, and then the thermostats, I used to have access, but I don't right now, so.
I'm sorry, it
But
seems to have what right now?
Access to the thermostats, but I can't right now, like that. I
You don't have access?
No, they're kind of closed again. I used to be able to switch the dial a little bit, but I will get with maintenance tomorrow about it. But I know
Yeah.
they were working on.
But
and-
today we have a meeting and it's cold.
Yeah.
Colleagues are in coats and gloves.
Yeah, it
Literally.
is on. I think it's on or it's off for the season, but I'll let them know if they can adjust it. Okay, round 31. Mr. Pfeiffer,
Mr. A.C. Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis,
Nelson.
Ms. Priestley,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy,
Don't act like you
Ms. Burns,
Big Sleepy.
don't act. Don't even try.
Mr. Chat.
Mr. Nelson.
You start it and watch it.
That's
start
2
it
votes
if
for
you-
Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for
You
Mr.
start it,
Nelson,
and I guarantee you.
2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy.
what they got going on?
Round 32. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy,
Ms. Burns.
Big Sleepy.
Ms. Mashat.
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 33. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. And 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 34. Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. A.C. Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 35. Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 36. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Mr. A.C. Dumas.
Me neither.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
It's 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Mr. Dumas. Round 37. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Rich Jones.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin?
Yeah, I feel warm.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Jones. Round 38. Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Four votes for Mr. Nelson. One vote for Mr. Dumas. 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 39. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Carey Nelson.
4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 40, Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Biggs Levy.
4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 41. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett. Four votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 42. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 43. Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Carey Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 44. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Biggs. Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 45. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 46. Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Biggs Levy.
I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 47. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Gary Nelson.
4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 48. Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Gary Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Biggs Levy.
4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 49. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Gary Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 50. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat.
Gary Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Jarrett.
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Alamin. 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy.
Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. Motion to adjourn goes back to Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett?
No.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails.
Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, or Madam Clerk,
Mr. Pfeiffer?
I make a motion to appoint AC Dumas, and I so move. Wow. You want to have discussion? You want to have discussion?
Second.
Okay. It's a motion to appoint AC Dumas as the 3rd Ward council member. Mr. Jarrett?
Wait, is there a discussion on this?
There's discussion, Madam, it's a motion.
Not a main motion.
Hmm?
This is a different kind of motion, so.
Didn't expect that one, huh?
What did she say?
Doesn't speak to. It's not a main motion, so.
The
Mr.
vote
Jarrett?
limits go to it.
Sorry.
Mr. Jarrett? Your vote?
So there's no.
The rules only speak to main motions, so.
Just vote no. Do another motion.
No.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat? No. Mr. Pfeiffer?
No.
The vote is 0 yes, 8 no. That motion
Clerk-
fails.
Madam Clerk, I make a motion to have a 3-minute discussion round, and I so move.
Support.
Mr. Alamin? I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Sure, yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Yes.
Mr. Jarrett?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. That's
vote is
3 minutes
7.
of discussion for each council member. Guess we just start with the 1st ward. Okay, Mr. Alamin has passed on this discussion. Ms. Lewis?
All right, thank you. Looking at the time and also the fact that we lost administration, and I don't want to keep the candidates here any longer. There's a couple of things that we must address, and one of the first things that we must address is we have a candidate that refused to answer questions. And so the fact that our colleagues keep voting for someone who continually refused to answer key questions about fraud, they're important because we're dealing with multi-million dollars on this body. So as she states that she's looking to eradicate fraud and do what's right, she refused to disclose those important facts. And so that is my reservation for voting for Ms. Beverly Biggs. Levy, in addition to, when my colleagues, and I would love to hear their rationale behind their continuous vote and support for this. In addition to, I played her speaking very vile to our deceased colleague. She was calling him shitty, bringing diapers up here to intimidate him. She said that she called his job. But my colleagues keep voting for Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy. And so when we say that in our charter speaks to decorum, that violates decorum. She's violating the charter rules before she even gets to the seat. And so when we have a candidate who my colleagues voted for repeatedly, who continues to duck and dodge the pertinent questions to decide the qualification and the ethics to sit in the seat, says vile comments about colleagues' breasts, which is sexual harassment. I would like to know the rationale for voting for Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy. We have an oath, and we also have a responsibility, as I read before. Section 301 states that it is our responsibility to ensure qualified and effective candidates fill the position. She wouldn't answer clarifying points about her resume. Did she go to or the University of Chicago? These are things that we're talking about, ethics and truth. What are we standing on? The colleagues keep voting for Ms. Beverly Biggs Levy, who refused to stand on truth and transparency. And so I just need to be clear on our rationale, and are we really trying to move the city forward? According to this city charter, it says we must ensure the most qualified. By the one resume that we have, and the one that was submitted by Ms. Levy, Carrie Nelson is it. Thank you.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes. So section 3-104 of the city charter, responsibilities of city council. As representatives of the citizens of the city of Flint, city council members are expected to conduct themselves with appropriate decorum, act respectfully with constituents, each other, and other public servants, attend to the duties of their office as outlined in this charter, and become knowledgeable on the city of Flint charter, etc. The important thing is respect. If you can't have respect for your elected officials, I can't expect you to be respectful when sitting on this dais. I have also spoken to multiple people in the 3rd Ward, and they all asked me to vote for Carrie Nelson, and that's what I'm doing. It's not because somebody else asked me, it's because the residents that I spoke to asked me to. When we talk about the election, there was no election. Some people were out there campaigning while others were not. And some people were at the polling places saying, vote for me, vote for me, vote for me, and others were not. I'm not going to address the polling places, the different polls as to whether they were in the original 3rd Ward or not, or if it was portion of those polling locations that were. That's up to the clerk to decide. But ultimately it didn't count because the city, the county, and the state do not certify that election. So to me, as someone who is at the other end of her vitriol, it's respectfully. I try to treat everybody with respect. I don't always. I'm a human. But I try. This person does not. And that to me is 100% all I'm about. Thank you.
Here we are talking about respect. A double standard. I sit here among colleagues that want to talk about respect. They're not respectful. And yes, I'm going to continue to vote for Miss Beverly L. Biggs Levy. I'll vote for who I want to vote for. Hell, the second ward voted for you, and they shouldn't have. The fact that Miss Biggs Levy, in that election, she got 787 votes. The people wanted her. And I'm going to stand with what the people want.
Request for information.
I'm not answering your request.
Because
I didn't, no one said
request
request for information on you. Let me finish speaking.
Request for information. Oh. Oh, you got it. You want to clear up the misstatement.
787 votes. Mr. A.C. Dumas, 718. And Mr. Kerry Nelson, when I added up the votes, 391. The people spoke. And I'm going to honor what the people voted on in that election. A double standard. We sit here and we talk about respect. How disrespectful. We have council members putting residents out of the council chamber. You can't even cough. You can't even talk among your neighbors sitting there next to you. You're going to get put out the chamber. And they want to talk about respect. How dare they? I'm done.
Ms. Burns.
I find it very hypocritical. For me, when the people speak, we have to listen. And it's the people. We don't live in a third ward. I don't. And what we have to do is listen. I get people don't like each other, but I need my colleagues to be just as offended about Ms. Biggs' statements as the statements they made and continuously made and didn't defend and told lies. It's very hypocritical because here tonight we're supposed to pick someone. And you all are sitting here, and it's really tough because I already stated, 2 of them I'm close to, but it was the will of the people. What does the 3rd ward want? It's not our personal opinions. It's not. And some of my colleagues just tell lies. You know, you really can't tell someone what they can and cannot say when you are the person calling the whole city janky. And made a song up. When you calling me a bitch, and I did not call you one back. When you called another councilman racist every chance you get, you gaslight this community. You put the residents out and you don't care. Residents want change. Obviously, the 3rd ward, whatever, you know, I didn't poll them. No one sent me and said, hey, don't vote for her. It's not my job to poll the people in the 3rd ward. It's my job to take care of the 6th ward. And the 3rd ward people came to the polls. Now, the problem is we had the council, the former council president state to people as they were arriving, don't vote for the 3rd ward. I'm going to appoint someone. She was out there doing that, disenfranchising voters and abusing her position. Position and her power, her position and power, her leadership is why we are so fragmented. It's her leadership. Days she's not here, we get along. We do. Days she here, we catch hell. And that's just the fact. It's the energy, the negative energy. It's time we start treating this council like a body of 9, not 5, 9, not 5. We put the people first. They don't even want to hear what the other rest of us have to say. It's no fairness, just nastiness. And we've gotten down to this. So you can't blame her for what she said, because y'all mouths up here are just atrocious. atrocious. And it's not the way it should be. We should be held to a higher standard and decorum.
Ms. Mashat?
Thank you. I do want to thank my colleagues for suggesting that we take this time to discuss the vote and see if we can come to some sort of an agreement, because we already are on round, 451 when we're talking about just regular leadership. I do, again, commend all of you for coming time and time again as we're trying to appoint someone. It definitely shows that there is a desire to ensure that your ward is represented. One of the things that I will say, that if we are honest with ourselves tonight, there were only two people who, as we were interviewing and asking questions, I feel gave answers to all of the questions in a way that would be a good representation for the third ward. I feel like there are two people who deserve to be seriously considered tonight, regardless of any kind of feelings or whatever you may have in regards to those two people. I also feel like there are two people who have, as far as council meetings and attacks on council members and personal attacks on council members, I'll say personal attacks, who have not participated in such behavior. And so if we are to do what the charter states and pick the best qualified or the most qualified, and as well as if we're talking about my colleagues and they talk about respect and how this needs to work, I think there are two people we should, as a body, be considering. I think that to have 3 minutes and to take 3 minutes to tear down colleagues, as opposed to saying why you are for or against a certain candidate, I think that that is a waste of not only the time that we have now, but also a waste of time for those who are interviewing, because this should not be about us. And what was said amongst us and when it was said and how it was said. It's the bottom line is we all asked interview questions tonight. Those questions were answered, and so you have to be honest with yourself and with the residents of Flint, and the performance that you saw tonight is what we have to base our decision off of. I also think that the sooner we appoint, because that is what the state of Michigan told us we have to do, because there was no election. Those numbers do not matter. Those numbers that we were given tonight were incorrect. It was 500 and below. Go ahead. Pause my time, please. What's your request?
So, did you know, according to the county clerk, that Beverly Biggs Levy had 589 votes, leaving 1,900 votes on the table with 542 undervotes? Just want to be clear. Because our colleague said that she had 789 votes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, in regards to thank you for correcting the numbers to an election that did not matter. According to the state, it's up to us in our charter to decide. So we are now doing our part. We've heard the interviews, we've had the questions answered, and in my opinion, there are two people we should be considering if we're going to be honest. And after we consider whatever tonight, we can immediately set an election, because this deserves to go into the hands of the third ward after this process. Thank you.
I feel like this is a Seinfeld episode of Festivus, and we are all airing our grievances up here. Like, this is, I get it. We are divided. Council. It appears that Ms. Biggs Levy doesn't have 5 votes. Mr. Nelson doesn't have 5 votes. So what are we going to do to move forward? We're going to go 500 more vote or 500 more rounds, or we can agree on a candidate tonight. And to my colleague's point in the 7th Ward, just being an outsider kind of sitting in the audience while the interviewing was going on, there was clearly, and as trying to be independent, there's clearly 2 people that were that rose above everyone else. Clearly, it was Mr. Nelson and Mr. A.C. Dumas. Obviously, Mr. Nelson does not have the votes tonight. And A.C. Dumas, lifelong president. I can say this clearly, as I've been on both sides of what Mr. A.C. Dumas is coming. He will yell at you if you're wrong, no matter what. He is an independent, pull you to the carpet person.
And I'll call you.
And you, if there's something right or wrong, he will voice his opinion. So we can be a divided council for the end of time. We can have the clerk or the state call the election, or we can get business done tonight and appoint A.C. Dumas, because he is the most independent to move us forward tonight. Out of the 4 candidates. Now, the other candidates can get mad or whatever else happens, but that is clearly how we have to move forward, because the the 4-4 votes, the way we're doing, Council President, and is not moving anything forward. We can start being the butt of jokes. We can, be I'm going to say the laughing stock, because the press isn't going to back up what we're saying or anything else. So from here on out, my vote will be for AC. Dumas, because that's the only way forward. That's the only way to break the deadlock, because Mr. Nelson doesn't have the votes, Ms. Beverly Biggs doesn't have the votes. Let's move forward, and that will be my vote from here on forward. Thank you.
Request for information. Mr. Pfeiffer, request for information. Councilman Pfeiffer, so what are your reservations against Mr. Nelson?
First of all, I will never explain my vote and how I vote for anybody to you. Let's be clear on that.
So I don't want to add to confusion. And I very much am in agreement with some of what the councilperson in the seventh ward stated and the 8th ward stated that seemingly at this point Mr. Dumas is someone that at least seemingly the three of us can agree to. Which could break for this interim period, could allow us to begin to work as a body of 9. And then for whenever this new special election is to take place, then we'll listen again to the vote of the people, and we go from there. I would respectfully encourage this council to move in that direction.
Request for information. Mr. Jarrett, who were the 3, sir?
Who are the 3?
Who are the 3 that are in agreement?
It would appear from what I was hearing, councilperson in the 7th, the 8th, and then myself, that seemingly we could agree on moving forward with
Mr. Dumas.
Mr. Dumas.
Okay.
And for, again, the period that we would have to work within between tonight and whenever that election takes place.
Information.
We go from there.
So request. So Councilman Jarrett. So why make you think that Mr. Dumas has the support?
From, again, what I thought I just heard from the council person in the 7th ward and the 8th ward, that there were seemingly 2 candidates that appeared to at least interview in a way where there was a different level of comfort. That said, I would encourage, again, and if I read either of those statements or comments incorrectly, I would yield the rest of my time to either one who would want to clarify or correct me in that vein, whether it be council in the 7th or 8th. That's said, and having taken somewhat of a pause, I'm hopeful that we can come together tonight to do this on this appointed period, and then get someone elected as soon as the clerk is able to pull together the necessary paperwork to get the ballot or the special election. Thank you.
I believe that was the last speaker. Mr. Alamin.
I would like to thank my colleagues for that rationale that they just mentioned in regards to potentially considering Mr. Dumas. My only issue with that would be when I was going through this process of being appointed, I got a phone call, and that phone call came from Mr. Dumas. Trying to discourage me and questioning me about why I'm running for the position I was running in. This has happened on several times, so it'd be kind of funny to me when we get up here and we quote Bible scriptures and transparency and all this, but then I get certain little phone calls to where I had to block my phone because individuals think they can intimidate me. So he would never get a vote from me. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
I move that we have one more round of 3 minutes.
Is there any support?
I'm not doing it no more.
For an additional 3 rounds? Three-minute round for everyone.
Correct.
And that's going to start with Ms. Lewis. That's the vote. Your vote to have another round, 3 minutes each. Yep. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley? Yes. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes?
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin? Yes. The vote is 4 yes, 4 no. That motion fails. So that would take us back to the appointment rounds.
Madam Clerk, we can't hear you. Did you say something?
I said that would take us back to the rounds for the appointment. And that's going to be at round 51, starting with Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Ms. Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 52. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
I'm cold, I'm going home.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson?
That's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 53. Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
It's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 54. Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
I need a furnace.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. That is absent. That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 55. Round 55. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
A.C. Dumas.
Ms. Burns.
Dumas.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 56. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
A.C. Dumas.
Ms. Burns.
Dumas.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 4 votes for Mr. Dumas.
Madam Chair, Madam Clerk, oh, whichever one you are. I'm sorry. I would like to move for a 10-minute recess.
Support.
Okay, 10-minute recess. And that is going to start with Ms. Priestley.
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
No.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
No.
Mr. Jarrett.
Yes.
Mr. Alamin.
Yes.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
The vote is 5 yes, 2 no. Start a 10-minute recess.
Would they vote for recess?
No, she gotta make sure she don't ask permission. I don't know what she's doing. She's playing games though. Yeah, my fingers are pretty. Told you.
I have my hand.
What do I do?
Where they going? What happened?
Hmm?
What they doing?
You can stand in the hallway. Just lost that case. And what's gonna get ready to get paid? On that case.
Why are they?
They think they the damn fire marshal.
They make them? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Because Liddell wants everybody out the hallway. You know, she's so controlled.
Hmm.
You can stay in the hallway. Right, right. There's no, hold on, because yes, and Judge Crawford just got up.
So then you just went
Where that oh, Terry had
No,
called.
no, 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 no. That's not even an option.
Who?
put it on a TikTok and lead to up over and up. TikTok that.
You got a little Polaris snowmobile suit you can wear maybe next time?
Cancel that back up, back up. Cancel that back up.
That popcorn.
Should have seen him at work at the MTA 2 days ago, 3 days ago. 10 officers on one. I'm sorry, he looked like Tarzan, beating up one of the darkies. Couldn't even, the darkie ended up beating up 6 police. I couldn't believe it. But they should get that man. Oh, what's it look like? Who's that guy with the trees? He's too short to be what's it? There's this man in America. Get that she belongs to me. Oh. I thought it was Saturday night at the movies. Walking in that area down Flint River. Whoa! I just look up. Couldn't even get out of the MTA.
I told Dennis. What I said just a minute ago. So we didn't have a December meeting. We have, our next meeting is in January. We have a meeting every month.
They say we do too.
But, you know, ours is public published on our Facebook page, our meetings.
They told me I always have a post box. I still ain't fixed.
Well, we don't have a mailing address because we don't have a physical location. We did during the election, but that's because. Yeah. Well, that was a little mad. What are we doing for?
Go on with that. No thank you.
Oh.
Listen, go on with that. Whatever.
All right. I was so mad. I bought this kitchen a tablecloth at Kohl's.
Mm-hmm.
And I took it back, and it took that $15 gave me $15 in Kohl's cash.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I lost that.
Let's see. Okay, if all council members could take their seats and we can return this meeting to order. Let's see. Round. Miss Lewis. Again, if any council members are returning to the meeting, if we could take your seat so we can return this meeting to order. And I will take the roll call. Okay. So this meeting is returned to order at 9:21 p.m. And for roll call, Mr. Alamin?
Present.
Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Present.
Mr. Jarrett? Present. Ms. Burns?
Present.
You have 7 members present. And that's going to return us to the rounds. And we are at round 57, starting with Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Beverly Biggs, leaving.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs leaving.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Dumas. Mr. Alamin. That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 58. Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns.
Biggs leaving.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett. Dumas. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Nelson.
That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Ms. Biggs Levy. 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 59. Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
UC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Excuse me, that's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 1 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 60. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. That's 1 vote for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 61. Ms. I'm sorry, Ms. Mashat is absent. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter is not in. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
It's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. One vote for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 62. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 63. Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Nelson,
Ms. Winfrey Carter is absent. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 64. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 65. Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? There's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round number 66. Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson,
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Sir Alamin?
Okay.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
I just said it.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 67. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
What number are we on?
67.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 68.
Did you see? He's back now. I'll share the heat.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Dumas.
That's 1 vote for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 3 votes for Mr. Dumas.
Madam Chair, it's hard to hear you. Your voice is so soft.
Let me move my microphone
What do you say? He said, I like it, Davina. I like it. What? Nothing in trouble.
Okay, round 69. Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
It's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 70. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
A.C. Dumas.
Ms. Burns?
Dumas.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 71. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Dumas.
Ms. Burns?
Dumas.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
A.C. Dumas.
4 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson. Round 72. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs, Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 73. Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs, Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 74. Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs, Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round number 75. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs, Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
It's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 76. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs, Levy.
2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 77. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 78. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 79. Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round number 80. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is not in. Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 81. Okay, I believe everyone has spoken.
Madam Chair, or
Ms. Priestley?
Ms. Clerk. So, one of my reasons for voting for Mr. Nelson is that I believe that he will bring less chaos. He's his own man, He'll vote for or against something as he chooses, like we all do. I have seen emails and over the past several years from Mr. Dumas, and sometimes I think he wants to create some chaos or push a point that is not necessary, in my opinion. Also, there is a personal reason that I have, and I won't discuss it. I have told some of my colleagues privately, and I'm going to stay with that. So, besides the point that the residents that I asked in the 3rd Ward, and that's my duty to do that, to do investigation and to find out. I've done it for every appointment we've had, is the people that I spoke to want Mr. Nelson, and that's who I'm choosing. Thank you.
Okay. I believe everyone has spoken. So that will return us to the rounds. And we are on round 109. And that will be starting with Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett.
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson.
We can go anytime.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat is not in. That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, and 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 110. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
Dumas.
2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 vote for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 111. Mr. Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Winfrey Carter. Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat.
Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer.
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett.
Dumas.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 112. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns is not in. Ms. Mashat?
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 113. Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns is absent. Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer?
Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin?
No.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson?
That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 1 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 114. Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Y'all want a coffee? Want a coffee?
Mr. Pfeiffer?
AC Dumas.
Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin?
Man, I look like I've been grocery shopping.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 115. Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
El Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
That's 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 116. Ms. Mashat?
Carrie Nelson.
Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson?
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Mr. Dumas, and 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 117. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett?
Dumas.
Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 118. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? It's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 119.
Oh, we're gonna be here all night.
Mr. Al-Alamin?
For the coffee? You're welcome.
Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
I got more.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? That's 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, and 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 120. Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 121. Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat? Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Al-Alamin? Ms. Lewis? It's not in. That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Ms. Biggs-Levy, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 122. Ms. Winfrey Carter,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley,
Mr. Nelson,
That's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs-Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 123. Ms. Burns,
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat, Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Jarrett, Mr. Alamin, Ms. Lewis,
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley,
Mr. Nelson,
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
That's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs-Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, and 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. I just need 1 second.
Block me, shit.
I just have to periodically let IT know that the meeting's going longer and ask that the front doors be left open. So that's what I keep having to have the front doors kept open. So that's what I'm doing when I take a little break.
oh, yeah, we're waiting for food too.
Okay. So motion to adjourn by Mr. Pfeiffer, supported by Mr. Alamin. Just 1 moment. And that vote is going to start with Ms. Burns. This is the vote on the motion to adjourn.
Oh, me?
Yes.
No.
Ms. Mashat? Yes. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis? No. Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
No.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. That motion fails. Just 1 moment.
Shit, I didn't see it was. Oh.
Oh. No.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, that brings us to round 124. Starting with Ms. Machette. I don't know what happened to okay, wait a minute. Okay, actually something happened to my microphone. It's not making any noise. Okay, I don't know what happened. Okay, let's see. Oh, I don't know what's going on.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. No, it's out.
Okay, I think I figured it out. Sorry about that. Okay. Round 124, starting with Ms. Machette. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley is not in. Ms. Winfrey Carter? Ms. Burns?
Biggs leaving.
That's 3 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Mr. Dumas, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 125. Mr. Pfeiffer? Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs leaving.
Ms. Machette? That's 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 for Mr. Nelson, and 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 126. Mr. Jarrett? Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley?
Mr. Nelson?
We tried to freeze our ass out anyway.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns?
Biggs leaving.
Ms. Machette? Mr. Pfeiffer. 2 votes for Mr. Dumas, 4 for Mr. Nelson, and 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy. Round 127. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, and 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 128. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. El Alamin. 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 129. Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Ms. Biggs Levy, 2 for Mr. Dumas. Round 130. Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Nelson?
That's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 votes for Mr. Nelson, 2 votes for Mr. Dumas. Round 131. Ms. Burns.
Biggs Levy.
Ms. Mashat. Mr. Pfeiffer. Mr. Jarrett. Mr. El Alamin. Ms. Lewis.
Carrie Nelson.
Ms. Priestley.
Mr. Nelson?
Ms. Winfrey Carter.
Biggs Levy.
That's 2 votes for Ms. Biggs Levy, 4 for Mr. Nelson, 2 for Mr. Dumas.
Madam Clerk, motion to adjourn.
It's been a motion to adjourn, made by Ms. Mushat, seconded by Mr. L. Alamin. And that's going to be, I believe, Ms. Mushat,
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer, Mr. Jarrett? No. Mr. L. Alamin? Yes. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
The vote is 7 yes, 1 no. This meeting is adjourned at 11:02.
We're waiting for food.
Take the pizza home to family. Take it home to your kids. Or to your husband. Oh, yeah, your kid.
Madam Clerk. Madam
Yes.
Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
So I know we still have our official city council meeting.
Correct.
All right, so yeah, I would like to start that.
Hurry it up. I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn.
All right. So
Time is now.
this time is now 11:03, and your Flint City Council meeting is being brought to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Present.
Ms. Priestley?
Present.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Present.
Ms. Burns?
Present.
Ms. Mashat?
Present.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? You have 7 members present.
You have to say we have 7 members present.
Thank you. So we have 7 members present.
Madam Chair? Oh, wait, no, she's chairing, right? Either way, whoever's chairing, motion to adjourn.
There's a motion on the floor to adjourn this regular city council meeting. Mr. L. Alamin? Ms. Lewis?
Yes. Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mashat?
Yes.
Mr. Pfeiffer is not in. Mr. Jarrett? No. The vote is 6 yes, 1 no. This regular council meeting is adjourned at 11:04.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll have to check your check stuff, but you should have, they email it, and it should say right on there, it's called payment in lieu of. And if that's on there,
I need to really figure it out.
because I think, was it your benefits? I mean, your beneficiary?
First, like a day or so after, shot an email like, can you provide a document saying that you don't have it? And so I did, so it's making me, I felt like, okay, it's approved.
Okay. Yeah, because it. Save it as a PDF that says your benefits and these are your benefits. And then let HR know.
No, thank you.
Because we'll have to do it one or the other. It'll start charging you, but they're paying you. So one's gonna cancel the other.
Take a look at it out, whatever, that's cool. I
Right.
just need that help.
Right.
And to get my dentist, eyes, and everything.
Yep. But I would say check them and then check with HR.
Okay.
Yeah, alrighty. You know what? I didn't think about it until afterwards. Probably should have